Hope to God you guys can hear me fine. I decided to restart my computers last night. And I just like struggled for the last half an hour with audio. Oh, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to get into it. And I feel like I've lost some audio, some volume control. There's something weird going on. Ugh. I don't know what it is. Do. Okay, we have a little bit of work to do today. And then I'll play through the tutorial again. And then that's it. That's it. That's our build. Live with the last day of work on our build. We're wrapping it up. Packaging it for both public and for both the public and for publishers. And for public. I do some gaming. Okay, good enough. Everything feels quieter. I don't know what it is, but something happened. I feel like I've lost some audio control. I don't know what. Because I swear before I was able to do stuff with the audio output here. And it should be feeding back into me. So if I increase the volume on my computer, it should feed back into me too, right? But it seems to be mono volume. Doesn't make sense. My voice meter setup should be fine. I don't know what it is. I forgot we added this. What is this game? Okay, so we're just gonna do some level touch-ups. I don't really think there's anything major for me to get to. I'm still a little miffed about like some of the audio stuff, but it's not a big deal. But again, if there's anything weird with my audio today, just tell me. I need OBS open. too much dirt. Good morning, America. What's up, man? I'm pretty good. Except for the audio issues that I had. What time will I do the build? Probably after I get home. Your Sibba didn't add anything new. Yeah, I think it's fine, honestly. I'll share my thoughts about Digital Dragons today some point. I'm optimistic that we'll move something forward. I'm optimistic there will be interest. I don't know if it will be enough to convince people to give us as much money as we're looking for right now. But as long as there's interest, then we can just keep working on it and secure the funding eventually. I'm not too worried about it. We of course wanted to have more done, but you know, it ain't perfect. I think I like these rocks, but I'm not so sure about these ones. Kind of like being able to see the coast here. Change of forge option seems promising, especially since you've met them last year. Yeah, they were really wonderful to talk to. I also know that Animal Well, the new game, was published by Donkey's indie publisher, Big Mode, so I might reach out to Big Mode as well. And they just released a fantastic game on Steam. I mean, this has really good reviews, 97%. I think that their budgets probably are going to be much lower than what we're looking for. But it would still be good to talk to them and establish a connection and see what their, what their goals are. Yeah, I think I like to see it open here. I like these rocks though. These look really nice. I think I'll delete these ones. I really don't have too much more to touch up with this level, to be honest. It's just kind of nitpicking at this point. I hear nothing. Why do I hear nothing? I hear nothing. What's going on? Why is my audio so fucked up today? All I did was restart my computers. All I did. And now it's just broken. Now just everything's gone. Oof. You guys hear the music stuff, right? Why can't you hear the game? Uh, Turbo. We have audio issues. I don't know why. Oops, not that. Stop it. Why is there no game? What? Why? Why does everything have to fuck up? See, there's more drama? Is there more drama with Tarkov? It's not even showing anything in the mixer. not even generating audio. Can I hear anything from the engine? I just don't hear Unreal at all. What? I definitely heard that. Jesus Christ. Did you guys hear that? Was that loud enough? You heard that, okay. Let me play something a little bit quieter. I mean, it's really just so fucked up. I'm pretty sure it should be the voice meter input. Except I can't control the audio at all. It's either on or off. Right? Off? On. And the slider doesn't do anything to help that. Which it shouldn't do. Hardware out. HDCX. No, I mean, it all looks right. From like the voice meter side of things. I just don't know why I can't seem to control the burp sound. Is there a previous point in one of our streams where we were... Okay, so here's the thing. So when I set the audio output, and I can show you guys the immersion mode so you guys can see what it's about. Right now the device is the voice meter aux input. And I could do just regular input, whatever. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be the HD60X. It's supposed to be outputting to the Elgato, right? But if I do that, I don't hear anything from in-engine for some reason. Okay, wait, now I do. You guys hear that? Okay, you hear that. Yeah, we still have the issue where I can't control. Wait. Oh, now it's set. And this is so confusing. It's showing two different things. I'm so confused right now. Why? Yeah, and that shows nothing over in the streaming computer. Even though the input is the Elgato. It's meant to wire the audio back to me, to my headphones. But it's not even picking it up. It's not actually outputting it to the capture card. And it's kind of hard for me to test the. It's hard for me to test the audio levels when I can't control the audio and set it to like a normalized volume. I don't know what the issue. I need that open. I'm going crazy today. Okay, do we have any previous stream where I showed the audio? Anywhere I would have done that. Did I do it yesterday? Did I do it the day before? Fresh up kit. Would have been for like 5 seconds. There's no way that I can pull that out of thin air. It was just working. I didn't need to touch it because it just worked. Bear with me, guys. What are our options? I already reset my gaming PC, right? My work PC, and that didn't seem to do anything. Try to do it again. If I unplug the HD60X, I think the stream won't. It's a risk. That is a risk. Yeah, let's do it. Let's risk it. Let's see what happens when you unplug your capture card midstream. Wacky. Still hear me? Are we alive? No signal. That makes sense. Yeah, we were dead good. Don't worry. Don't dox me. No signal. Should have signal. Hold on. Alligato. Property. Oh. Warning extinct lizard. We're having audio issues. Okay, hold on. Hold on. The issue still persists where I just can't seem to control the audio levels on it at all. It's not outputting. I really don't get it. Unless I'm going crazy, unless I'm gaslighting myself into believing that I actually had control over the audio before. But I'm pretty sure I did. We have one volume. This volume. I mean, I could technically control the output volume through this, right? I was pretty sure that before I could just control it through Windows volume. It's like, because technically the input device has its volume here, so changing this should affect this, I would think. Oh. I don't know. I'm over it. I'm over it. I tried. An attempt was made. Just so awkward. I don't even know how to describe it. That is so much louder than before. And I think it's just because it's capped. It's literally a 0 to, I don't even know. I guess I'll try to figure it out later, but I suppose I can't test sound here, then I'll just have to test it at home before I make the build. Okay, whatever. Don't have a 2 PC setup, guys. It's just too much work. I mean, in that case, then I don't really have much else to test, because I was going to test the ambient sounds and like other sounds. One last time. But if we can't do that, we might as well just like play a game or something. That rock is not going to be seen. We can delete that rock. Probably delete a couple of these landscape sections too. That'll help a little bit. We won't delete the kitty though, okay? The kitty stays. Don't think those will be seen. I could delete them. One can go. Similarly, I think these can go. There's some chunks back here. think those are safe to delete. One might be. A little hard to see. One down here? Oh yeah, look at that. These can definitely go. Getting rid of these should help with performance a little bit. Yeah, we need that. Like, it's only going to be a little bit, but it will help. I think those are. Don't think I can safely do any more of these. Maybe one. A couple of these back here. Yeah, I mean, deleting all these will help because they did have auto landscape on them, so that it was rendering grass and it was rendering the collision. And landscape is actually pretty performance heavy, especially with like the weather effects that we have. So getting rid of any extra unneeded sections of that is going to help. I think we've gotten about everything from there. What are we doing today? I was gonna check the sounds, but at this point I'm just kind of doing final touch-ups, and then we're just gonna play a game. I have nothing big to start on. Started implementing the things we talked about yesterday. It's already super cute. But yeah. Delete this. If I delete this, there's gonna be a tiny hole. Tiny corner. Ooh, that one I might be able. My foliage. Yeah, I can delete. And I think that's okay. I think the border, not border, level barriers. Mouth carrying stuff looks great. That's really good. You've been making some really fast progress with all that. Yeah, we can delete. Really, yeah, you know what, I probably could do. I did see that. I did see that. I watched that this morning. It was pretty funny. It's a video about the yellow paint. No. We can do reacts. They can't. We can do some reacts today too, because I really can't like jump into any big feature, or even think about any big feature until we are. Oh my god! I saved none of that. Serious? I'm trying to delete sections and it really it errored out. Do. What's my to-do order with what? List of priorities. Well, I was gonna work on just fixing up some of the volume stuff today, like audio, but I'm having some audio issues with my streaming computer, and it either thinks the audio is on or off. There's no audio levels, so I can't really touch anything audio related because I won't have a frame of reference, sadly. The indie music 20% louder. Oh, look, I'll make the build today. You guys can play it if you want and provide some feedback on all of it. That would be very helpful. So now I'm just trying to delete some landscape layers or sections that aren't going to be seen by the player, and it should help performance. Like this spot can't even be seen, can't be walked on. And with these ones. Download balancing is a nightmare. Yeah, it is. You're like, well, it sounds good on my computer. But it sounds good on everybody else's. I end up with multiple landscapes. Is that a common practice? I have two lands, so I have one landscape here, which is the main one, right? And then I have a second landscape for my mine shaft area. And I think that it is... I think that it's pretty common. These are just giant meshes that I scale up and I cleverly place. So they look like they're part of the landscape, but they're just big giant mountain meshes. Then I try to hide them. Yeah. Like it's kind of easy to see, of course, in all the seams right now, but when you turn back on like the foliage, especially at ground level, they get hidden pretty easily. Yeah, deleting any of these that the player can't see is really good for performance. And I kind of went overboard with making some of these initially. You do not need as many as I have. I don't think the player can see this little hill back here. You need to keep the cat. The cat is crucial to the gameplay. Deleted. A lot back here. All this stuff can be deleted back here. Can we talk about how good the desert music of RuneScape is? Kinda hard to see if there are any still in here. Oh yeah, there are. What are these called? They're not called mountain, they're... What are they called? Rain. Okay, anything back here? Which one are these? This one could probably be deleted, right? Yeah. Okay, I think that's pretty good. It's not going to be like revolutionary for performance, but it will help. Ooh, what? I think we've hit up just about everything. Unless there's some big section that I'm missing. Ooh, I know what we can do. Actually, I do see Bioshock. I was thinking of replaying some Bioshock at some point. A lot of games I want to replay. But I don't know what you guys would be interested in watching me play. Do we want to put a... No, that's too much for today. I was gonna say like just a tiny little cave, just kind of like a little nook. Then I'd have to like touch up the audio volumes, make sure it sounds good. It's like, no. We're being conservative with our changes today. I could try to look into the animal AI. No updates? Thankfully not. They have a reply from the weather system? Yes. Yes, they did. What did they say? Where did they say it? That he went with physics body because they aren't typically queried to avoid conflicting with other queries as much as possible, so that was why it was physics body. And he says, I could change that myself. Weather mask classes and blueprints weather effects system, you could change the object type there. Then you would just need to change the query UDW does for the components. That's in the function update weather mask target, that's what we saw. The UDS occlusion volume would block visibility trace by default if it has block weather particles turned on. So that's why it wasn't working before, is because we turned that Boolean on. since the visibility channel is what weather particles query for, which makes sense. With any music, whether it's from that place or Pixabay or whatever, at any point, the commercial rights to that could be removed, and then you could be not like in trouble, but it's just, you know, there's always a risk. If you for sure don't own the rights permanently, you may not own the rights at some point in the future with music. And the music industry is fucked up. Very fucked up. Do they have any copyright claims to the AI music given that the training set is unknown? I'm not sure about that. Maybe not. Okay, we'll just do one run through of like the entire game and the world, and see if there are any bugs to fix, and if there isn't anything like that we want to fix, then we'll just say we're done for the day. That'll be our new build, and we'll get it made. Listen to the in-game stuff. Hey Moonis, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. That's good. All the meshes seem to be in order. We could try to find a better pickup sound for the ingredients, because I don't know. Maybe you guys like it. Obviously, it would be nice if it were different per ingredient that you pick up, but that's a later thing we can fix. Okay, let's see. Process. Make any potion. What do we need for the tree outside? Like a regen health, right? Yeah, regen health 1. I can make it. hopefully. Regen health 1. Regen. Yeah, good. Okay. Oh, I don't allow spaces. I should allow spaces in there. One bug I can fix. Potion name validation doesn't allow space. Easy bug. Pretty. Ooh, it's snowing. Okay, so with snow, I think we should hear the birds slowly fade out. We won't hear them. Birds don't like the weather. Oh, Blue Dick Boy's here. You know Moon is? I do wish we had some additional audio when it was snowing because it's just eerily quiet. Have a Yeti living in the cave when it snows. That'd be pretty cool. You can have the Yeti character from Red Dead Redemption 1. Quiet. This is the one point where it would be really nice if we had footstep sounds. We don't. Hope your pitches go well. Are they going to be live or online? Hey, Belicha. I'm going to have a few pitches live, and then I'm going to try to schedule a few online as well. Meow! Who knows? Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome, welcome. Always looking for new cozy streams to have on in the background. Well, thank you. We do try to be pretty cozy. What is it with the animals getting stuck here? Why don't I hear any of those? There's some bug here. I did get the snow on the outside of the cave, on the beams. Oh, like all this out here? It's with the ultra dynamic sky. No, I apologize for the sound stuff. I closed my streaming computer yesterday and started everything back up today, and it's all worked. I think for safety, just don't play sound alerts for the moment. I spent like 30 minutes trying to get it fixed, and it was not getting fixed. I need to take some more time. There's something weird going on with the audio volumes. Weird. Obviously, when you're in the cave, you shouldn't hear all the outside sounds, right? All the ambient sounds. I wonder if it has to do with the weather. It might. Worse than finding something free you liked from the marketplace and then discover it's not compatible with the latest Unreal Engine version. Yeah. What is it though? Because some of it you could migrate over pretty safely. If it's just like some meshes, you could put them into an older project, then just migrate them over to the new one. Avatar character creator. Okay, that could be a bit tougher. That might be broken, yeah. It's like a plugin that isn't going to migrate over as easily. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. Oh, we got it. We got it, chat. Here it comes. I love it. Okay, we need to make the commission potions. The beach ball, yeah. It's always the beach ball. Instant distraction. Fortify health, restore mana. Some of the free market stuff they gave away both this and last month isn't compatible with 5.4. Really? Like this month there was some stuff that wasn't compatible with 5.4? No. There's no way. Works with 5.4. Does. All this stuff is compatible with 5.4. Maybe some of the stuff last month wasn't. Did it? Yeah, maybe they did. It's quite possible that there was something that I messed up with those audio controllers, but they weren't working as they should. Lights turned on. Oh, it's getting spooky out here. Oh, the volumetric fog looks so good. Kinda easy to see now. Chunky fog. Use volumetric fog to add like a purple haze to areas that are corrupted. Yeah, we could. And we could do stuff with post-processing too to make it look really cool. Working now. What if it's just an issue that happens? I don't know. I'll take a look into those audio controllers in a second. Once Blue Dick Boy's back from his adventure. There's just something about a beach ball. I don't know how to describe it. What a dumb thing. It's like a basket or something. Oh, it's snowing again. Oh, I almost got it. I almost had it. So close. I just now I've got the basic layout of my car park level done. I need to work on figuring out layout for hub loadout level before you start your run of the game. Not gonna work on guns and enemies until the new animations get released by Epic, because that's gonna save me a ton of time. They're releasing some new animations for default mannequin. Where'd it go? Oh, it went in. I clipped it inside. Oh yeah. Oh my god. You just clip it. Clip it inside. Oh, he's back. Each pack of animations will be given away for free as part of the motion matching system. Incredible. Okay, I mean, if the tutorial's done, then let's fix those couple problems. Potion name validation doesn't allow space. Name is third person, those animations are gonna be a lifesaver. Oh, that's true, yeah. True. Okay, potion finishing. Validate. If only alphanumeric, we could just make a new validation type. Yeah, that's true. Alphanumeric spaces. Crash the engine. Why is everything I touch crash the engine? What have I done? I do know the macro library can be quite an asshole. If Unreal Engine never crashes, you're not using it right. Probably true. How am I up here? How am I in space? That's good. Space is allowed. Engine editor landscape resources flatten height mat. Missing the usage flag. Be used with spline meshes. Sounds like a epic problem to me. Engine or landscape. Temp fix. It's a good temp fix there, bro. Okay, let me check these audio splines, or not audio splines, these audio controllers. Hey, you hear that? It should be silencing things, and then it comes right back, the ambient. Silence outside fan. I didn't change these recently, did I? They do update the same thing that the weather controls. There is a possibility that there's some issue. There's going to be some overlapping issue with the audio. They copied my game. Kurva. Did they? Game over. Into the trailer. Polish people. Good. I thought this was working before. What broke here? Which one is this here? Audio controller. One. Russian? Oh. Why was this working before? Or it wasn't working? Okay, so weather changes may weather changes while you're in the underground areas may screw things up. How could I fix that? I fixed that. We could do a similar solution that we did for the desert and just make a volume. Which all this does is just checks if the player's inside of it. See? And so we just put volumes in the caves, and if the player's inside of those volumes, then when the weather changes and we try to perform that check of whether or not the ambience should be heard, we just skip that check. Amber Heard? No, not Amber Turd. BP cave check. Butcher the spelling of that. Intended ambient volume died. Okay, we need to set up a whole volume in this area. Also, shouldn't the seclusion volume stretch? Over into this other area? I don't know. Yeah, avoid playing sound alerts for the moment. There's something fucked up. I play old school RuneScape quite a lot. I don't play RS3 though, just old school. Got a Wyrm task I'm gonna get to after work today. Still need dragon knife drops from a collection log. Working on a project that's closer to RS1 Classic. Shit. Pretty cool. Feels like a really bad thing to do. But I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't like the idea of doing this volume. Well, it is what it is. So many volumes around here. It should work. When the player presses the teleport button, like teleport back to HUD, do we perform a sweep? Because otherwise, if the player is inside like the desert check or now the cave check collision boxes, we don't actually trigger the end overlap. I need to check that. Just says teleport. I could test that out. Let's use C++ or only BP. Pretty much only BP. I think we have one C++ class, but it was something that my friend added for the animals, their AI. Everything else is Blueprint. Discord RPC for rich presents. You find a way to do it in BP? There's probably is a plugin that supports that. I'd be surprised if there wasn't. One here for $8. All blueprints. Get all actors of class. The cave check. 4 each. Learn C++ and didn't need to buy anything. It does help. It definitely does help. The player in I mean, here's what you can do. If you make it and you expose it to blueprints, sell it for $7. Undercut the guy and make some money. Or sell it for free and be a hero. Not the one we deserve, but the one we need. I should do it. Quick check of players in the cave. What a mess. Really should be in a function at this point, but whatever. Well, I can't put some of this in a function because there are some latent actions here, so can't do it all. Take a break in my game, I'll do a plugin to do that. Be nice. Be pretty cool. I'd utilize that. Okay, so if the player is in a cave at the time of weather change, there's 2 things I need to test. Figuring out why I learned C++ is to just reduce how big code is. My blueprint for inventory system uses 200 nodes, ++ inventory handler on these is. Yeah. I mean, blueprints are a good way to do simple things, or to prototype. But realistically, when you are working on a full game, the coders should prioritize taking larger blueprint prototypes or larger nodes and pushing them into C++. Also just for the code architecture aspect of it, right? Okay, so teleporting does generate the overlap events, that's good. Actually, coders have it much easier to translate blueprints than it is working from scratch in a lot of cases. because they work with a design document and the prototype, so they can see exactly how it's supposed to work and follow the logic. It's essentially a functional flowchart. This should get rid of the birds. Or I guess it's not changing because this is working fine. But we need to check if player is in cave and if the expected, if the new volume to move to is, we need to perform a check here. Okay. Perform normally. Otherwise, if true, I will say most programmers I know that if you give them a prototype from blueprints and the design document, they would be very, 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 very thankful, as opposed to just a design document. If not, if it was found, but if you're in a cave, your birth bothers be sad about something not being correct. Usually it's because they don't have to do as much work with planning out how they're going to solve certain problems, because usually logically the same way that you would solve a problem in blueprints is the similar way that you would do it uh, with proper coding, because these are just code blocks. Behind each of these is C++. It's almost like the difference between writing a story from scratch and editing a story, right? Like, of course, they might find problems, but they will also know the general structure and points that they need to get to. What am I wanting to happen here? Why am I struggling here? It's skipping the check entirely if the player's in the cave. We don't want that necessarily. We do want. I suppose we don't want to skip the check. We just want to override. Hold on. The intended ambient volume. You have a track record resume for when you'll pitch. What do you mean, Kent? I didn't make Darkest Dungeon. I did work on it, but very wrong to say that I made it. I wish I did. Need to upsell. I'm not gonna lie. Lotev made Final Fantasy VII Remake? Yeah, that was all me. Just say, here's my portfolio. I made a game called The Day Before, Redfall, Gollum, Rise of Kong. Our games have been done with nothing but BP. All depends on the scale, scope of your project. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I think we just do a select node here. So we'd still run the sequence, but do a select. If players in cave. Cave intended volume or find the map. Is that crazy? I mean, you can just burn them down to C++ if you want. Almost, I think, did they remove the nativization? I had to remove that. I swear there was a way to do it. I don't know, I've met some programmers that are okay with blueprints. And they do C++ just fine. Some that can't handle C++ at all and love blueprints, and then some that love blueprints but or love, you know, just vice versa. It just depends on the person. I think if you're good at games like Infinifactory, you're good with blueprints. Right, like if solving these kinds of puzzles is your jam, I think you're good with blueprints. I can look at C++ and understand it, but I can't write it. I mean, I've written a couple of small things, but...
Two shots as they were intended, by blasting them directly into your mouth! Awesome! I'm wasted!
Thank you, man. Those are really loud. I promise I will fix the volume later today. Because it's really loud right now. But if you want to see why I can't, here is my audio volume controls. On or off. Pick your poison. Yeah, it's just I have binary volume right now. My volume is a Boolean. What do we want? We want... I just need to write out the cases here. I mean... What's up, man? Thank you for the follow. That was either true or false, nothing else matters, yeah. All I did was restart my computer. That's all I did. Okay, even. that's right. I think this is right. Okay, which of these 5 volumes is it? This one? Cave check volume. To try and look into meddling my own guns and blender, and yeah, it took me long to learn how to do that. If you want to be a fully solo developer, honestly, it's really difficult. You're either going to learn how to do everything acceptably, barely acceptably, or you should just specialize. And if you're trying to get into, I think, you're either gonna have to spend like 10 plus years doing it to even get to a level where you might be relatively successful, or just specialize and just find team members to work with. Arguably much easier. It's 2 developers, but the other developer has not yet done anything since 1 year. Happens. Happens. But I think we need to take the lowest. Audio seems more like audio settings. All you people, puns, word jokes. In cave is true, and but we want to select 0. We want to select the minimum. I think that's right. I think that's right. It's right. Test it. Done much development wise this week for my game. Had to take a little break. Doing a bit of research and reading though. Good to take breaks. I think it's really common for indie developers and solo developers especially to not only have imposter syndrome, but also feel like that if they aren't doing something on their game that day, that they are falling behind. And it usually leads to burnout. Okay, so we still hear birds. If I turn this on, I should start to fade the bird. Yeah, okay, that worked. And if I turn this weather on, should fade it back up to 0.1 ambient. Yes. Turn the snow back on. That's a problem. Okay, so the ambient time of day aspect is working fine. The audio check volumes, though, are messing up because they are just reverting back to essentially they're just lerping up to 1 again, and they need to not be going back to that. All the recent doom and gloom going on in the game industry recently has reduced your enthusiasm for sure. I don't. Okay, I can see why it would. I don't blame anybody for feeling that way, but I also think that this is the best time for developers, for indie developers, especially people who are passionate. There's never been a better time. This is actually the best time to start a company in game dev. I don't know, I mean, it all impacts it. If you're like solo developer, just hobbyist developer, maybe it doesn't really impact. But if you're trying to like maintain jobs in the industry, obviously this sucks, losing your job, no doubt about it. But also this is the best time to start a company with the values and the games that you want to make with the people you want to work with. Because the money is still there. The money's still in the industry. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's just not flowing to the same places that it used to, which was AAA. The money's still there. People still want to invest. This is still a growing industry and a very profitable one. And it may take some time, but start the company now, build up your game, and the money that's going to be flowing from the investors and from the players especially, it doesn't want to go to AAA. It wants to go to indie, where the profit margins are much higher and the risk is lower. There is lots of talent, yes. There's a lot of talent. So if you have the money now, you get funded now, you have a pick of the crop. No funds to hire anymore? Yeah, I mean, same. Same. Did ambient volume. Hashed ambient. We should be able to grab the new volume to move to. Get actor of class int. This audio shit is just so much more confusing than I would have thought. Fuck audio. You want to play your games muted? Honestly, the way that I'm doing this is really bad, so don't use the way that I'm doing audio as a reference of how to do audio. Any references to factors that you once delete is pain. True. Budget as it stands is basically zero outside of the occasional humble bundle asset packs. If you're okay with, you know, I don't know, not making as much money as you wanted, and you only need like, I don't know, 50,000, 100,000, you could just go for a publisher. If you need less than that, Just keep making your game until you have a vertical slice, a good polished demo, and then just go on Kickstarter. If the game is marketable. If you're not trying to make something commercial, if you're not trying to make something marketable, then whatever. Do what you need to do. I think we can do a select node here. That one's outside. Balls play. This doesn't look like it would work, but I think I'm just breaking things more. I have to try and get a basic prototype done that I can turn into a 30-60 second vertical slice video used to gauge player and market interest. I think it's a good idea. Here's the thing, like, is this gonna turn them back on? I go in here? I'm just breaking this audio more. What am I? These concerns that I put all that effort into make it and then there's barely any interest. I mean, it takes a lot of experience to determine market viability. There are a lot of great game ideas that just don't have a market big enough to return the investment, right? And that can change all the time. There could just be new genre interests that will eventually lose steam. Eventually, people are going to lose interest in like survivors like games. And even if you have a game that is a good survivors like, it's just going to not. I mean, it's a cheap game. It's a bad example, maybe, but eventually it's going to lose enough interest that it just isn't marketable. Market for some games, but sometimes that isn't enough. Yeah, I mean, even if the market's there and it doesn't know about your game, then it doesn't matter, right? The market needs to be there, and it needs to know about your game, and it needs to want to buy your game. And those are three separate things to satisfy. I don't like the way that we lerp this. I don't like the way that we... When we play the snow, it should set this to... Or it should set this to 0. Silence outside is... I mean, the problem exists in the first place. It's like we need to first grab whether or not any ambient volume should... Any ambient sound should be playing. Which during certain weather conditions it shouldn't be. Basically, if the volume that we should be moving to is just... If the intended ambient volume at that time is 0, then we shouldn't be doing anything with the audio controllers. Except for... Well, I guess we would still want to do the silenceable splines. So this check shouldn't be here. We still want to run this. It would just be here. We'll fix the mess once I test this out. What kind of other devs did you like the idea of my game, at least? Just note, there are a lot of developers that also don't know market viability. That's something that I would say experienced designers and producers will probably know the best out of anyone, especially producers. But you'll usually find this isn't a perfect fit, argument, but you'll usually find that designers, especially designers, usually producers, will have the best knowledge of current market trends, just because we need to as part of our job professionally. What's your role? I am a designer, primarily. I'm trying to learn more about like biz dev and production, but I am through and through a designer. I did some research before I started work on it. The amount of devs who don't research the market for their game before they start is scary. It is scary. Oh, wait, not here. This should be... I wonder why that looks weird. Be like this. Yeah. Pixel art platformer. Yeah, there's none of these in the market. I've seen a lot of that. I went to GDC. I've gone to GDC a couple times. I've gone to Gamescom a couple times. You see a lot of really good talent, really great talent, and they spent a lot of money to get to these conferences, right? GDC and Gamescom are not cheap, especially if you want to show off your game. That is multiple thousands of dollars spent on a booth to show off your game. And the game that they're showing off is... it's just a game that, like, sometimes you've seen a million times. Usually, like, some cute, casual platform. And it's like... how many of these are there? And how many of them are actually getting sold? It's not much. It's not much. And you've just spent a ridiculous amount of money to come here. Like, there's nothing special about your game. You're a frog that jumps on platforms and collects flies as your score. And you beat the level and you move to the next one. It's like, okay. It looks good, but there's no marketability here. Because it's every single other cute platformer. See, very well polished games will probably not sell, yeah. Pixel platformers are harder to make than people expect, and because there's so many of them to be successful, you need to have one that's such a high standard. You can't half-ass a pixel art platformer, it will fail so hard and fast. Yeah, it will. And especially, it's like, it's good to have selling points. Your game should have at least... it depends on the market, right? It depends on the type of game, but your game should have at least one unique selling point. Something that makes it stand out. And that can be a combination of things that by themselves aren't that unique, but it could be the way that you implement them, right? It's not just that this feature has never been seen in a game before, therefore a unique game. It could be this combination of systems has never been used in this way, and that makes it unique, right? But essentially, if your game doesn't have any selling points, and I like to use just the term selling points over unique selling points, just because there could be games that it's harder to find a game, especially nowadays, that is truly unique, but it could still sell very well. That's just personal semantics, though. Play 0. Blurb. I was gonna lerp from 0.1 to 0. That will fit. Maybe this works. Not trying to reinvent the wheel with mine, just trying to do a combination of features you don't see often, especially in the genre I'm doing. Yeah, that's fair. So because the new volume to move to is going to be 0, like the intended ambient volume when we go in that cave is going to be 0, it should skip anything to do with changing the ambient volume. Should. And same when we exit. Okay, so let me try turning the... This should go up to 10%. Why did that remain at 10? Okay, we need to fix that. Grass looks great, thank you. So many first-time devs take the advice of doing something unique way too literally, because if you make something that's too different, then no one will be able to identify with it. It'll be a flop. There was it was a pretty controversial video at the time from some YouTuber game designer, and she had compared Vampire Survivors to a casino game, to a slot machine, and basically saying that they are one and the same. And it seemed that she was mainly making this point because she was upset that people had not bought her games. And so I looked into her games, and her games were, she wanted to make money off of them, but these were games that had, in my opinion, no market, or at least there was, she had not successfully done the work necessary to reach even a niche that she could carve out on her own. And it's something that I just see all the time. It's if you want to be commercial, you need to think in a way, you need to start to understand market trends and find the niche, do research on your competition and how much money they make, how many copies they sell, and who you're actually trying to reach to, demographics. It's a reality, right? And usually the more narrow your game idea, the smaller the niche, and so the smaller return on investment, and so therefore if you want to make money off of it, you need to put less money into making it. New business? Yeah, true. So I mean, okay, so the audio volume worked when I went in, came out when it was supposed to be 0, when it was supposed to be 1, and I came out of the cave, it didn't work. So silence outside would have been false. So it would have played not equal to 0 true. It should have hit this. Let me select the one that we want to watch here. I think is this one, Audio Controller 3. Does Vampire Survivors have similarities to a slot machine? 100% it's a dopamine simulator. For sure, but there's more than that. Yeah. I think the way I described it at the time was that this is somebody who understood only the barest amounts of video game design theory, but had no experience of its application, and didn't really consider nuances of how chemicals in the brain work. Like, of course, lights and rewards, they play into the same systems that a slot machine does, right? But and it's a short addictive gameplay loop, right? Like, of course it's a short addictive gameplay loop. That's the point of it. Yes, it is video games in a nutshell, right? It's like, of course, all these games with rewards are meant to stimulate your brain in a way that makes it feel good for receiving rewards. Duh. Obviously. But the method of delivery and the reason for delivery is different. You know, in slot machines, the reason for doing that is to get you to then spend money again, right? It is rigged against you so that you keep playing and spending money. And Vampire Survivors is a one-time purchase that you can play for as long as you want. You know, it's not meant to milk you. So I think that this person, and this person wasn't just making the comparison, she was actively saying bad things about Vampire Survivors and that it shouldn't be as popular as it is. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing, and I think Asmongold made a video about it, and then she got really upset that he made a video about it, and yeah, it was a thing. Over the reason why billionaires are obsessed with getting more money, it's because they get addicted to the dopamine from number getting bigger, which is the same in video games. RuneScape. Then money and wealth is just a game and not a necessity. The difference between playing a slot machine and paying yourself your own slot machine. Yeah, I mean, it was just a really, it was kind of just a brain dead junior game designer take. Like somebody who who thought they understood the theory well enough, but didn't, in my opinion. I made this mistake in the past of criticizing release game. Well, easy to do that, but they actually shipped it and I didn't. Shipping a game is hard. Shipping a game is hard. I know a lot of game developers too also don't like the idea of attacking other games. And you see this a lot with like really popular game devs. I don't like that. I think that I am a customer as much as I am a developer. I criticize things as a customer using my experience as a developer. It's a very weird phenomenon. It's like, okay, I'm a world-class chef. What, now I'm not allowed to shit on bad food? I woke up and chose violence. Isn't how you deliver your career. I mean, to some extent, right? Like I've seen some really asinine takes from developers, and they're right. They're you know, in all their right to have their opinion. Although I think that I would rather see an honest bad opinion, right, than somebody who is willingly ignoring really bad things happening, like some game trying to scam players or something, simply because they are defending like another developer. Like that's how bad practices continue and shit. Notion pointing out the flaws and issues in my favorite games doesn't stop me from. Yeah. Use words attack and shit on, which I assume you don't mean such, but use instead word cruise. It depends. It's all like part of the same spectrum, right? Like honest criticism is different from just pure like Ubisoft developers were openly attacking, not criticizing, but really laying into Elden Ring for various reasons. I think that those are bad takes, but I'd still prefer to see that than when there's an obvious scam going on and some developer steps in to defend them just because they're another developer, right? It's like, oh, we gotta protect our own. And the mentality of protecting our own, even if they're doing bad things, is, in my opinion, very dangerous. Maybe that's a better way to put it. And I don't think that I don't think that being silent is defending, right? I mean, everybody's busy, right? But I do think that if you are openly defending something simply because somebody's a developer, it's the same kind of mentality of we should, cops should protect other cops even if they've done something illegal or bad simply because it's one of our own. Like tribal mentality. Why was that so immediate? That's weird. Weird. It's immediate. It's not a very important bug, to be honest. Let me go test the cave. Ubisoft is basically Marvel at this point. They both use the same formula for all the products and wonder why less and less people are engaging with said product. Yeah. Yeah. And then they blame it on the craziest things. And we see it time and time and time again. Every single time one of these problems happen, they blame it on something that is so far out of the truth. It defies reason. And we can't ignore that. Yeah, see that? I can fix it. I can fix it with one thing. Deleting what we did yesterday. It was something, it was whatever I did with like the weather. Because money and business people are running those companies and not people actually know about game. Yeah. Yep. Wait, which one of these is it? Why does this one work and now these aren't? Like something with the larger.
Bullshit. Bullshit. Derivative. That I love. I absolutely love.
I love it too, but that's really loud. How come those are working but the sound alerts aren't? Maybe the bot's not in here. Hold on. Let me check that. Dashboard sound alerts. Says everything's okay. They're weird. You guys hear the fart? Dude, my audio is just. So I play it through here, right? I play it through an OBS source on here so that I can hear it, and I mute it in OBS for you guys. You probably see the pop up, but it's muted, and it's supposed to be playing through here. And you know, as you can see, it's not muted here. It's on, and when I force it, it shows as playing. I'll replay one. See? It's playing. I don't hear it. Volume mixer, OBS. Not muted. Something is really, really, really messed up with my audio. And I don't know what. I'll figure it. We just reinstall everything related to the Elgato and voice meter. Just set it up from scratch. Who knows what it is? At this point, I'm just putting band-aid solutions onto these audio problems. Isn't covered with band-aids somewhere, true. I don't like the way that I'm doing it. It's like at any point I have 3 different things that are controlling the same audio cues volume multiplier. And clearly the overlap is the problem here. Any different, there are a lot of ways to do both, that's true. I feel like I need one place that I can store what is the volume, the max ambient volume supposed to be? And then maybe just have a global one blueprint to handle all of the transitions, rather than trying to do transitions in different blueprints. It would just be a lot to change. Or, so there's that option, but I don't know if I would have it done today. I probably could. When transition really adds, it would just be, I think that'd be better because then I could just trigger it when I need to, tell it to go forward or back towards the ambient volume that we need. It would be much better. And how fast to do it. Although realistically this should be solved with ambient volumes and attenuation radius. I've already done it the wrong way. It's really just a problem of what I added yesterday. That's the source of this. Essentially, if we remove this binding, and we revert the audio controller, I think it'll work just like it used to. The only problem is that I liked what we did with the weather, where it changed ambient noises. For the weather, but it broke the audio controllers because they do separate transitions, and now they're using different data. They worked on their own, but together. Working. This is working, no problem. People wonder why some game devs end up going insane and become basically goblins, yeah. It really just, my whole audio system is not done properly because I'm not an audio designer. This is the first time I've ever really worked with audio in Unreal. And on top of that, I didn't like plan an architecture behind the audio system. So now I'm just I'm doing things in the wrong way, and I'm building on top of doing things in the wrong way, which is even worse. They have the ambient volumes, right? Not ambient sound, or is it? I think it is ambient sound. And this has its attenuation rate, right? Yeah, it's a box. Problem is, I don't tell this to silence anything outside of it. That was like sound volume. Audio volume. Control and apply various sounds in your level, as well as provide an avenue to create compartmentalized audio zones where you can control what is heard inside and outside of the volume. I mean, theoretically, this is what we should be using, is this audio volume. And we do use one down here, but it's just to apply the reverb. But I think it only works when you use ambient sound. When you use ambient sounds. Unless there's like submix, I don't know. I don't really know. Nothing to hear there. There's so much going on, I can't hear anything else. I see your 0 warnings and errors. Pretty good. mean, maybe this like submix thing is what we want. I don't really know how to use submixes. But, I mean, theoretically, wouldn't that be where we would... I don't know. I don't know anything about audio. Submix effect preset. Sound submix. What is a submix? Input. Ambisonics plugins. What is Ambisonics? Thank you for the documentation. Mix audio generated from individual sources into a single output buffer and optimize the application of digital signal processing text to multiple sound sources simultaneously. This is also confusing, this audio shit. I mean, something in me just tells me that the audio volume is the correct thing. Because you can set a volume within that zone.
Carol! Carol, I gotta talk to you about Pepe. And when I open the door, what do I find? There's not a single goddamn desk in that office. There is no Carol in HR.
That's so fucking loud, dude. Yeah. Yeah, I shouldn't have shut down my computer last night. Everything broke. I load everything up this morning, I turn on some music, and I hear nothing. And then I'm sitting here for like 30 minutes trying to fix it. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. Should be lower now. Lowered about like 10 decibels, it'd be quiet as shit. I mean, in which case I might just, if we can just like find a place to stop, I'll just like end the stream early and I'll figure it the fuck out. Because I don't want to be sitting here till like 4 p.m. and then realize I have to do two hours more of work. And then I still have to go home and make a build and upload it. And, you know, tell people to check it out. Check out Pirate Software. The moment I arrived, the guy's talking about why so many countries hate the French. I think a lot of countries hate Western countries, even though many of those places want to move there. Very interesting phenomenon. lot of hate for the US, right? And you know, you and I, everybody knows that. And then people want to move there. But like, the audio volume says I can control how sounds are in that area, but what does that mean? Well, this makes me think we are better than everyone else. I mean, I don't even see that in the US a lot. If anything, there's more rhetoric in the US about how the US is worse than everywhere else in the world. Which is arguably just as wrong as that we are better than everyone in the world, right? Two ends of the same extreme. There's no nuance to the discussion, right? There's no nuance about what is better, what is worse. How can we improve it? It's, oh, this isn't as good as this country, so burn it to the ground. Wow, just wonderful nuance there, guys. Spread is always on a sliding scale in different areas. Nowhere is perfect. Yeah, and it's for such a big country too. It'd be like comparing, oh, the EU is good because this, the EU is bad because this. It's like, okay, yes, there are some overarching laws that apply to the entirety of the EU, but every country has its own laws too, and people and culture. So it's just as useless in a lot of ways to compare all of EU and all of US. Like, yeah, you know, some things about living in LA or New York are pretty shitty, but guess what? Most of the US isn't LA or New York. And most of the problems you have there aren't going to be found if you just go a few hundred kilometers in this direction. Barely any nuance these days about pretty much any topic, true. Just one extreme or the other. Middle ground doesn't really exist. It doesn't. People in power don't want nuanced discussion. They want people who can be emotionally manipulated to do what they want. Facts. Absolute facts, yeah. It's all about votes and power. Money votes power. They don't care about the issues. They only care insofar that it hits them or loses them votes. Because that is where their seat of power is. And then while they're in power, they can use that power to work behind the scenes, or rather openly, to make money and to benefit others' power. How can politics just get rich because money speaks louder than anything else by a huge margin? There's some truth to that. Why are there nav models that go this far down? Actually, that should be fine. Yeah. That actually should be fine. I don't think they would mess with the navigation at all. No. Another cool. Okay, so I guess we have to make a decision here. Do we not have ambient volume changing based on weather? And have sound occlusion working properly in caves and whatnot? Or I guess I can make an even more simple solution for the caves and the desert, specifically the caves, but it would probably be a lot less elegant. I think there's a lot of issue here in two ways. The way we handle the audio controlling is that we need two volumes. We need one to tell the game when to silence and one to tell when the game to unsilence. And this already is like a really problematic way of doing it. We could use the cave check volume as a way to silence instead. Basically, on begin overlap, we would run a similar timeline as the audio controllers and change the intended volume. But that means that in ambient time of day, we need to reliably store information so audio controllers, I'll just unhook. And we'll probably want to copy this actually too. This I think is okay. This code, bit about the audio splines is not causing a problem. It's more about the daytime ambience and the fact that we change it in all of these different areas. Yeah, so it's like I should create a custom event that decouples the daytime ambience volume changing. And here we should just grab information about what volume we should be at currently. And if that volume is different than what we're at now, we should be moving in between it. At, I would just say a linear rate. I think that'd be pretty easy to. Comes to business as a whole, what happened is people who rose up through the company and learned how it worked ended up leaving, retiring after shares now being worth a fortune and are rich. Will say they will take over instead of other people who know the company better because they say they will boost profits and share revenue best, and this things the way they are. Yeah, I think a lot of that happened at Sony. One of my saddest examples. Sony used to be run by people who, I would say the PlayStation division at Sony used to be run by people who loved games. They were gamers, they grew up with games, they grew up working on the original PlayStation consoles. They were very experienced, they knew what they were doing, and they had a very good public image. And then they got old and they retired. They felt like they had done what they needed to do and now they wanted to rest. And the people that took their place, well, they weren't there. I mean, you had Kaz Hirai, who was the former chairperson of Sony, and he still plays games. If you follow him on Twitter, he still is playing video games. And he had been working since the creation of many of PlayStation's original and most well-loved franchises. It's wild. And then he stepped down and now the people in charge are just kind of shite. Pretty sad. Cached ambient volume. 2 volume 2. Their business 20 years ago, people back then could see what was going to happen, but did nothing because they knew how much money was to be made. I didn't go into business myself because I have too much of a moral compass. I'm in a similar way. I'm probably naive. I just believe that I can make money making games without fucking players over. And maybe it's more difficult than fucking players over. But I know that if I left that up to somebody else who doesn't have as strong of convictions as me, then it's gone, right? And that's just why I can't work for somebody who doesn't really understand games or doesn't love games and doesn't have those values, because I know that they're not going to have that conviction. And I am stubborn, capital letters, multiple exclamation points. I'm stubborn to a fault with my convictions in this regard. Eight. Do we need like a new input of a volume to? I guess we could just change it within this. So essentially we take the new volume to move to. You don't need to do a do one. You might be able to just hook it up because we're uncoupling. One things I'm worried about if I do go publisher route, which I might have no choice but due to lack of funds. I think they might want me to make a lot of changes to the game which will be beneficial to the player experience and which would not be beneficial. I think that is a risk. I think that you can minimize the risk by finding a publisher that has a better reputation for the values that you are trying to maintain. But there is going to be a middle ground when you work with a publisher. Like regardless of whether we want it or not. I know that Larian is always saying like, they've gotten in a lot of good press lately because they say, oh well, stop saying product, stop saying the word, marketing is dead. It's easy to say that when you have a fuck ton of money, okay? I think that traditional marketing is not as viable or not as necessary to go as a route of more organic, passion-driven marketing, which is probably a better way to word what he was trying to say. But at the end of the day, if your game doesn't make money, you will have no money to make games. So there is a middle ground between just building your passion, but you still at the end of the day have to find a way for it to be profitable, or at least to make its money back. Profit doesn't necessarily mean that you are looking to make billions of dollars and buy a yacht. It just means that you want to be able to make enough money to then fund the creation of the second game, which will then make enough money to fund the creation of the next game. And a lot of people that shit on like capitalism, it's all for profit. It's like, well, yeah, because profit keeps the lights on and it keeps people fed. It doesn't mean that the profit has to be predatory, or that the means of making that profit need to be predatory or unethical. It's just they are sometimes, because people are manipulable. They can be manipulated. Whatever the word is. And so if a company can manipulate customers to make 20% more profit, a lot of people with no morals or ethics will do so. But that doesn't mean that it needs to happen. I'm ranting. What do we guarantee? No, I agree with you. I agree with you. But not all marketing is made the same. I mean, take a look at how Devolver does their marketing. They understand the medium. They understand their player base. And they realize that they don't have to rely on making a bunch of ads when they can just make one funny tweet and it gets them the same amount of return on investment, the same amount of conversion without having to spend like any money. Meanwhile, I can, I've a bunch of Twitter ads for games, and it's like these games kind of, I guess, look interesting sometimes. I'm trying to find one. Usually on my personal Twitter. Maybe they're blocked because I have ad blocker. Pull up on the. Yeah, like I have one here. Like this Brawl Stars game, right? And you can see that it has 1 million views and 43 likes. How much is this really returning? That's insane. That's an insane amount of money to spend for probably a very low conversion ratio. And that's traditional marketing, right? I'm probably not going to click on those ads. Fun with our marketing, go a bit weird with it, but in a good way. I've learned that 90% of the time when I see adverts on either Twitch or Reddit, those games are normally bad / trash. Yeah. So it's like Devolver is like, okay, first we need good games. Second, we don't need to rely on traditional forms of marketing because most of our customers don't click those. The people playing Devolver games are usually not the ones that click on ads. So we can spend a lot less money by just making funny haha social media posts. You know, sex update, Cult of Lamb's sex update win. And we get way more traction, the game gets a lot more views, and people see us as fun. And it works. Isn't it a trap for indies? You're competing at an auction with people who have way more predatory monetization. Yeah, they do. Especially for mobile games. But mobile games some of those make so much money that they can just buy infinite ad space. They make enough money to pay to just be the only ones in the ad scene. So even if your game is good, it's never going to be able to compete. You'd be spending so much money for like 1,000 views. And then it's gone. It's poof. I know my game probably wouldn't be matched for Devolver, but no way I would turn down working with them. Yeah. Yeah. They know what they're doing. Okay, so I still worry about that. At any time, if this changes, this gets fucked. So we still need to, like... Weird. It's just gonna look weird. We still need like a do once. We just need to be able to reset it because we need to. I think. Whenever the new. Okay, so we're gonna have one float value that whenever we detect that it's been changed, we update the ambient volume. The game isn't wacky or weird enough for Devolver. They have a really good eye for just picking games that they know have some virality. I think they're very careful though about curating the games that they have in. You know. They don't want to have too many at one time because it would dilute the importance of the ones that they're trying to show off. Yeah, they know their market. We detect run. Can I blind an event to a value change? Isn't there some way to do that? I thought you used to be able to do that. I swear there's a way you used to be able to do it. Maybe I'm crazy. Move volume to. Want to move from cache to amp. I mean, this is essentially it. We just want to make sure that it isn't super long, or that we set up a new play rate. How do we accomplish that? We could do a while loop. And just run and just like call a quick function that takes in a float and then sets the variable to true. I mean, granted, we could also kind of just do that here. But the update is itself a while loop. We just need to be able to restart it. We need to set the time does need to lerp based on I saw that, yeah, Hellblade 2, there's been like nothing for it. It's worrying. That's a very worrying sign. Yeah, there's a lot of money riding on that. I have a really bad feeling about it. Full trends. I mean, what could we compare that to? Definitely got more interest lately. We need to compare it to something. What would a similar game be that we could use as comparison? Arguably Ghost of Tsushima maybe, but it's already come out. I thought that would be lower because it's like the game's already come out. There's just no interest. There's no interest in Hellblade 2. Okay, I'll also just add like Hellblade as a term. There's no interest in it. There's no interest in this game. That's why there's no marketing, because there's no money. How are we doing today? What are we doing today? I'm trying to fix some audio things again. Just from what I know, once a release date has been set, it can't be delayed due to Game Pass. It's one of the reasons why. Game Pass is not good anymore. It isn't good. It's something that is like good for players, but it's just bad for developers because the money that it costs to maintain this is not sustainable. That's my hot take. But the reason that Hellblade 2 has no marketing is because it just has no interest. Ghost of Tsushima, an already released game that is a couple years old, is about to release on PC, and even that has significantly more search relevance. And if we compare it to, I don't know, Manor Lords, just other games that are doing pretty well, Hades 2, even April 14th to 20th, these were doing so much better than Hellblade. Of course, now they're popping off. And nobody just... There's not really any interest in Hellblade. Yeah, I mean, the whole... It's wrong to say that was done by one dude. It really just... It isn't right. It's not correct. Like, yes, he outsourced. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be praised for making a good game, but that it's wrong to say that this is made by one guy. Like, what if I just paid a whole bunch of outsourcing people and third parties to do different work on Cauldron Chronicles? That would somehow still make me a solo developer? I haven't seen the credits list. All I've seen is that it's apparently much more lengthy than you would expect. Help me out, guys, with this logic here. How can I watch I mean, this feels like a while loop situation where yeah, but it's not a while. I mean, because the weather change timeline. It's just we want to consistently just move between 0 and 1 whenever it changes. And wherever, if it gets a new update to change, it stops and changes to that new value. Eight-minute credits? Yeah, that's not solo developer lol. Let me see it, because I'll have a better view. extra programming, other 3D art, motion capture and animation, illustrate. This is not solo developer, dude. What the fuck? Are people high? What kind of ego fart sniffing shit are people on saying this is solo developer? I don't even call myself a solo developer because I've had help from my programmer and level design friends. That's 2 people. I mean, and publishing stuff is separate, right? You didn't even do any of the writing. Publishing is a whole thing. That's separate. Community testers, probably Kickstarter backers and shit, right? Less important. Most of this important stuff is here. Game by game design. I mean, you also had help of community, but I'll accept this. But you had extra programming. You had 3 other people for 3D art, 4 people for motion capture, 3 extra people for animation. You did none of the, or you did some of the illustration, but you have like 8 other people. And they red pen to your credits. None of the concept art, heraldry designs weren't you. Didn't do any of the sound effect recordings. Honestly, I think it's just ego fart sniffing to even say that you're a solo developer at this point. Why do you need to say that? You have a successful game. At what point do you need to stroke your own ego to continue saying that you're a solo developer? Like, bruh. Why can't you just be the bigger person and say, I'm so thankful to have gotten the help that I did on this project. I'm amazed that it's this popular, and I look forward to seeing where it goes from here. Yeah, this is not a solo developer. No fucking way. Okay, but back to our problem. It feels like there should almost be 2 do onces, because we don't want to update these until we restart it. I need to do actual game dev. Hey, I'm just a solo developer. Okay, calm down. Game by Microraptor. Designed by Microraptor. Programming by Microraptor. Art by Epic Game Store Marketplace. Like, okay, look, I didn't do that part of it. It's like we need to, okay, I think I know the way we need to do this. It's gonna look really fucked up, but what's our music is. Making me want to play get my Wyrm task done. I've killed like, what is it? I must have killed at least like 8,000, 9,000 Wyrms at this point, and still I can't get the dragon knife drop, my collection log. And I only kill them on Slayer tasks, so the chance is, 1 out of 2,000, right? So annoying. This is the only thing left from the Kurum, regular monsters, non-Hydra, non-alchemical Hydra, that I need for my log, is these goddamn dragon knives. Maybe I'll get it on this task, probably not. Feel like another mill or something from the task, that's not terrible. We need to first set the new cached, or set the new volume to move to, and grab the cached volume. First things first, we do this. I think we're supposed to be for models completely wasted doing random shit. Sounds about right. I then need to delay. Can you please get another ball, being the only activity in the game that needs a little variety. Let me fix my bugs before I start adding more balls. I need to stop the time. It's like we need to stop the timeline first. Then set the new variable. That's important. That way there isn't like 1 or 2 frames where it fucks up the volume. We need to stop. Just quick delay, set the new variables. Play from start. This is but it will work. Maybe. Hey, dealing with UI. I enjoy the logic of UI. I can't UI design because I don't have any art talent. But I enjoy, like, creating it, anchoring everything. That's kind of fun. Building enough to controller support, yeah. That's a whole different monster to tame. Cache the new volume. I want to set a play rate. Five timeline. I didn't know there was a delay until next tick now. That's pretty nice, actually. That's a nice note. Health bar and off pink instead of traditional red, though. Make a main menu. I love making main menus. Main menus are one of my favorite things to make. Because I make them like 3D and interactive. I don't know why, but I guess that's just something that's ingrained in me at this point, is to make fun, interactive main menus. Which I think are totally unnecessary, but I like making the main menu into a little game of its own. Maybe I can get this to work properly. Like for our, we had a game called Porn Studio Janitor. I'm not going to go into details unless somebody really wants me to. But let's just say it was a game with the main selling point of the game was clean up cum with your friends. Figure it out from there. And I made a main menu for the game where you could interact with physics objects. You could like knock stuff off tables, and you could turn on a black light and well, see stains on different parts of the main menu scene. So that was pretty fun. The world building, level design, and modeling. That is a fun part. poor fluorescence driver. Look, okay, I appreciate you guys wanting to play sound alerts. I'm sorry, I have some errors with my audio today. There are some very big problems. I don't know what's causing it. So sorry about that, but any things that you redeem is gonna be fucked up for some reason. I apologize. It should be working. It should be working. I can see it. Like, I can see it in the sound alerts. Whenever you guys redeem something, I see it here, but it doesn't play anything. Because anything that I will hear here, you will also hear. Different hears, H-E-A-R and H-E-R-E. It just doesn't play. And when I switch to a different audio output, then I can't hear Unreal, but I can hear other stuff. I don't know what's going on. Computer borked. I used it, I mean, I didn't change anything. I just shut down both of my computers, loaded them back up, and it's all broken. Everything's fine here, everything's fine on my streaming computer. I don't know why it's not working. Unreal stuff is cleaner than yours. Is it? I have a lot of spaghetti. Visual scripting would give you nightmares, I promise. There are some things you can't always deal with, especially if you have like backs. All broken. All my audio's broken. There's some pretty big ones in here, like main potion scoring. Some of this is like, yeah. There's a really good, if you're not afraid of spending a little bit of money, there's... I think it's electric nodes? Something with nodes. Like crystal nodes. Electronic nodes. This is really helpful. So this is default style, and then you can get different angled node styles, and these can help a lot with organizing your redirections. A very nice plugin. Okay, let me know when you send it. Just know that when I started out making games in Unreal, terrible. They were terrible. I don't want to show you them, but spaghetti. The Italians could not do spaghetti as well as I could with those. Worth the 13 or wait for sale? Let's see when it goes on sale. Let me see. Because it doesn't take sales in 2 months. I mean, if you have problems organizing your blueprints, I think it's worth the money. You can get around it. I still think there are cases where it's going to be difficult regardless of electronic nodes. Like with math or selection nodes can be pretty nasty. Oh my god, what is... What is this? You know you can make a function, right? You can make a function and just have these as local variables. I know that there are already a lot of functions here. But like having one function or just promoting this to a variable. It would save you so many nodes. This is bad. And this is not anywhere even remotely close to this. What's this blue up here? Is this a structure that you're getting? The map. Why don't you just have a macro for grabbing the map? Or for finding something specifically in the map? Like even a macro would be great for this. And you would eliminate all of the blue wire nonsense. Because I think that's all you're doing, right? Is map. Perform a find. And if it's a map, it probably doesn't change on runtime, so you could just cache the map on event begin play. And then just have it as a variable. Same way that you do with the loaded upgrades. Unless you do change the map on runtime. The code works, but this is not sustainable. This is not sustainable by any measure. Do you even have any? Do you have any redirectors in this? The blue part is this. Okay, show me. You do. You have like enable upgrade UI. You don't change these two maps during runtime at all, right? The upgrade map and inventory map. There isn't anything that's removed or added to these maps at runtime. I mean, even if you do, you could just have a function to update map with the boolean of, you know, is removal or is adding, and then just grab map. A macro would be better because then you could have a macro without, because functions require the execution nodes, but macros, especially for getting, is nice because there's no execution. So you could have a macro that just grabs and like, or you know, like this this validate string, right? So if we wanted to validate string, there's no execution on that, so I can just quickly pull something into that. And because it's a macro library with the parent class object, I can use this on any, essentially any blueprint that I have. And a function library works similarly. Pretty close to spaghetti. Go back and clean it up. You definitely have to clean it up. It's just gonna be really hard to clean up at this point. I should offer my services as a blueprint cleaner. Although I'm not really one to talk, am I? Smart. Update the play rate. Stop. Update. Really bad to do this much flow control here. They don't like it. I could just set the new, you know, I could just set the new play rate. Set then stop. I think if we stop and set new time, it'll be random. Everybody's got different learning rates. Best to compare yourself to who you were yesterday and to someone else is today. I need a bit of it running. Is it whenever you click on that? On the button? Whenever I hit F nearby, okay. Okay. You have some boxes. You run over them, you get them. It does work. in your data table. Cool. Wild. It's going to become very difficult to to build on top of. See, the spaghetti, if it can work, it can work, and if it's for a prototype or something small, it's great. But then building on top of that will get increasingly more difficult. Because I've been there. I've been there too many times to count. But it is good. Yeah, I mean, fortunately, it's very easy to do that too. Work. So like it should go that we do once. We're gonna cache the new play rate. I should do it. I should keep that delay there. Well, no, it should be fine. Should be fine. Cache play rate is one to do. Apparently somebody said delay it by a tick and it worked well. Delay by tick, set new play rate. Just do it that way. Yeah, it's Krieg. Who is Microraptor Games? Who is? What is Microraptor Games? Yeah, I would just like, I would recreate it and then just like, because the idea itself is so simple, recreate it from scratch. Applying new methodologies and things that you've learned, and you know, maybe a better way to clean it up and handle the code, and then like, I don't know, just keep doing that until you're satisfied that you've learned enough, and then take that into your next idea. Generally what I've done, and I think it works really well. How you doing, Ice Creek? You guys are punishing me. The more you punish me, the slower this gets done, and then I won't be able to make a build tonight. And this is my last day of streaming for like a week and a half. 1, 2, 4, 9, 11. One, 2, 3. did it, chat. We did it, Reddit. Cool. Stop the timeline. Delay 0.1 seconds. Cache the volume. Set the new time to the cached volume multiple. Do we actually need to do that? Probably not, because of the way we set it up. Probably skip that. Check it. We shouldn't need to do this anymore. We should just be able to call when the weather changes. We might still do that check. It'd be okay. Couple that. Start working in Unity. Go would be pretty. Godot is pretty cool. Like building an RTS game, which could be very fun. So we can get rid of the audio controller. I have not seen Animal Well yet. All I have seen is that it released. It's from Donkey's publishing studio, the first game, and it's getting great reviews. That's all I know. I haven't looked into it yet. And I don't know if I'll have a lot of time to look into it until after conferences. But I will be applying to Donkey's publishing studio. I don't think they have enough money to pay for what we're making yet, but we do have other ideas, and I guess it's good to just build that connection and see, okay, are we a good match as like people and studio? Yes. Okay, when we have the thing, you know, that fits your the budget and your portfolio, then we'll come to you. Looks like yet another generic 2D platformer. Don't understand the hype. I don't know. I'll have to take a look. If we can get this solved, I'll, you know, look into it. An easier way to set a cap floor for value than clamping, since they want to set a floor without having to put a ceiling. What do you mean? What kind of use case are you looking for your clamping? Text only go as low as 0. Just clamp it, right? Like, assuming it's an integer, I guess you could just... You can also just do a check, like if... You can do a quick check if the result will be less than 0, don't do the result. And that way you're just caring about it's at that certain point. You could make a macro too that probably does that. Like a quick macro with an integer input and then an enum for the type of clamping that you want to do. So, like nothing below 0 or nothing below a certain amount. You should make a macro library, yeah. And that would be good to put in like C++ as like a plugin, because then you could just add the plugin to any of your future projects. Yeah, and then you'll have the nodes available. A couple of the guys I work with do a lot of that like plugin stuff. Guys, I'm pretty sure this will work better if it works at all. It may not work. Let's see if it works. Don't be loud. You do have weather, yeah. It messed up the audio though. Well, that's exactly why it's fading them out when the weather. Right now that I'm just forcing the weather so it's instant, but it's over time. So the time that it's going to start snowing, it will take about 25 seconds for the birds to fully disappear. Yeah. We have an issue. I forgot we needed to do that. I'll just pull this over. Fix these errors. It's having that jump, but it shouldn't have that jump again. Having that same jump as last time, but the reason it did that is because we were calling something that was changing on tick. Yeah, it's working. Every time every time it changes, it's going to grab the number that it's at currently, and the number that it needs to go to, and then lerp over the amount of time that we want it to towards that new number. But this should be a bit more robust than what we had before. Obviously, weather patterns aren't going to be changing this frequently, so we're kind of putting it into a scenario that it's never going to find itself in. But even if the weather patterns don't change that often, we often need to change it like at the same time that it's already changing. So if the player goes into like a cave, we need to determine exactly what should be the amount of ambient volume that they hear when they're doing that, and if they're in the cave and the weather changes, what should be the ambient volume. Now we need to always take the minimum. I'm going to keep these here, hold off for the time being. No, we don't need that. I don't think. Nope. Like, my goal is to get rid of these audio controllers. I don't like them. And I think they're the source of a lot of the problems with this this feature. I'll do a function determine max determine desired ambient volume. That's a very name, but it works. I'm trying to think, because we want to get rid of the audio volume, so what the audio controller. So instead, we need to check if the player is within the cave check volumes, because those are the two locations where we actually change the ambient volumes actively. Everything else we just crossfade, and that's not relevant here. I'm wondering if we maybe put something on the player that checks this every second or something. It doesn't need to be frequent. It certainly doesn't need to be every tick. We just check if they're inside it, and if they are inside it, we send a message to the ambient time of day blueprint, hey, switch volume multiplier. You can also do it on tick here as well, like on everything. That might be better. Kind of getting crowded here. I should just do a delay. That way, even though this is running every tick, it's only going to fire every 1 second. Get all actors of class. Save check volume. Feach. Do we need a break? Yeah, I think we need feach with break. Or, no, we don't. Well, yeah, we do. Is player inside? What's a local variable? Be player inside give. Okay, we break. We're gonna pull off of here. I might switch this weather volume mult map to the I might move a lot of this. Over. Can I copy everything within here? Sorry, still broken. I don't know why. I think I'm just gonna uninstall everything related to audio and my Elgato and just reinstall it. I don't care how long it takes. It will probably delay me getting home to make the build, but I have pretty much all the shaders cached anyway, so it'll be just like a 20-minute cook, if anything. I'd rather fix this bug. Local variable of a weather, I think it was random weather variation state or UD, I don't know. Display name. And beautiful. I'm not a big fan of maps. They work when they need to, but I prefer arrays for a lot of reasons. Maps are really hard to work with. There aren't a lot of nodes that work well with maps. I prefer to like use maps for static variable to variable control in like functions, but then if I need to make something dynamic, arrays are way better. We need to return a output of the My only worry is that if we fire this every tick, we don't really have a lot of control over the play rate. It's more of a one-size-fits-all solution. I guess we could specifically call the function when the player is entering and exiting on overlap. But we would still need to determine if the player's inside for when the weather changes. Maybe we don't run this on tick, but we run it on... We run this before weather change. Would there be any problems with it? Would be any problem? We'll see. Probably need to input then the weather. New weather. I mean, I'm just copying what I already put, so this kind of dumb, but like this, it's already here. I could have just moved this to a phone, whatever. Could have just done a select node, to be honest. But not select float. Although, I mean, select float would work too, but do select node. Basically means this entire thing is pointless. As long as I didn't break anything, I will, for the moment, just unhook it. Move it over here. I'm pretty sure I copied this mostly bit for bit. But I think we'll need a... I guess I could expand this. I could make it so that, is this a weather change event or is this just a... We still need to grab the current weather. I think I need to cache whatever the current weather is. Because that will determine where we want to move the ambient volume to. And again, always grabbing the hold on, let me test that. No. Oh yeah. You don't need to fire that on anymore. I like the premise of it, but the one size fits all would make it really hard to do because we want the transition when weather starts and we're like turning the birds off to not be like 5 seconds because the weather takes longer than that to start to really pick up. And 25 seconds was a pretty good middle ground for that. But then if the player enters like a cave, you know, we want to hold that, don't do the 25 seconds, now go faster towards whatever the new minimum is because that's where the desired change, because that's what we need to do in that scenario. This should work the exact same as this. Yeah. Except that I think if the player goes into a cave, well, we have the audio controller, so that's not really a great test of it necessarily. We'll see. Yeah, like you can hear it 10%. It shouldn't be hearable in here at all. It is going down to 0. If like while we're inside this volume, it should function the exact same way, except then now it's going to be going. Well, in here we want it to be max 10%. It should be going between 10% when it's clear skies and 0% when it's when there's a weather effect that there would be no ambient for. Okay, and we're going back up to 10%. So it's working while we're inside the volume. Now we need to make it so that when the player enters or exits the volume, it knows what to do. And that's where we're going to be replacing the audio control. The good thing is we have the cave check volume. We know when the player goes inside of it, and we just need to send some information to the this to know what to do. I think we could just, what do we just send update ambient volume? We literally just call that. Or no, we would need to get the time, we would need to get the weather. So we could just reconfigure this then a little bit. I guess we could. it'll be a little bit dirty. I could handle it in a simpler way, but I will handle it in a way that is, I guess, more robust. B is weather change. Because we know this works with weather change, then we'll just say, okay, if B weather change is called in this, then go for it. In which case, this is weather change. Otherwise, we could also return a play rate. Change duration, seconds, 25. In which case I'll switch. Well, you know what we did. Whatever. We still need to get the weather state, so we need to cache that somewhere. We need to know what weather it is. I guess we could just call it. We do have the weather system. Get weather system. Get weather state. Get local weather state value. Get display name for current weather. So. In which case we have the map already. So we'll just do a find. Okay. I'm waiting. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We need to determine if the player is entering or exiting a... I mean, we know when to trigger that, but we need to tell it what to do in which case. Through this function. Because if the player's entering the cave, we need to tell it which ambient volume to go lowest to. Pretty much similar as this, volume inside cave. We just call that. False. Is this even necessary? Why can I not just hook it up like we tell whenever we enter or exit the cave, we are updating that boolean first before we would call this function. I mean, the weather change is still important because we can tell it to change the rate. But if it's not a weather change, then we know that it's a cave change. In which case, the rate should be... I don't know, just something about this feels like we don't need it. We just do a select node. Wildcard on is weather change. If true, 25. If false, I don't know, do 5 seconds or like 3. I don't know, 3 or 5 is either way, it's fine. I guess the is exiting cave is still important because we know, okay, is player inside cave false? You would need to grab the minimum of weather ambient volume. Do ambient volume. Enters the cave. Edit volume inside cave. We grab the minimum, which will in most cases be 0, except for something about it makes me think it's okay. Not gonna be a problem. But I do think we're better off doing the get weather system, get display name, and doing that as the enum for find. Let's see. Cave check volume. Get actor of class. Ambient. Time of day. And this doesn't need to be set. We're just gonna see. Okay. Oh, I can delete the audio controllers, or I'll just move them kind of out of the way, I guess. Let's go test it down here first. I'll just move those down. And if it works, it should take the minimum value. It knows we're inside of a cave the moment we hit that box. The minimum value should be 0.1 here, so it should fade over the course of 5 seconds to 0.1 amp. It definitely didn't do that. Why did it not do that? Oh, it's 20. Okay, I know why. It's working fine. The issue is that we called this this event, which was telling it to be. No, it should have been, yeah, because it's telling it to be weather change. I see. Find it. I could just make another one. Update max ambient volume. Update ambient volume on weather. And then I'll just make another custom. Update ambient. Have a function like that already? Oh yeah, I guess I do. Or an event. Update ambient volume. Is weather change. Like whatever. Push-ups? Okay. That should solve it. I will do your push-ups, good sir. I just know I want to get this solved because I need to make a build of this game, and I need to fix my audio problems. I don't have a lot of time. Evil people. I don't care who's sending me messages. Do I want to watch? Yeah, I do want to watch the values. Baby game. Okay, this should be 5 seconds. .1. Now if we press 3, it should go to 0 over the course of 25 seconds. Yes. If we walk out, I don't know what will happen. Nothing. Perfect. Okay, if we press 1, It should go back to 1, 25 seconds. If we walk in, it should go to 0.1 over the course of 5 seconds. It might be working. It might be working. Holy shit, this ambient volume thing has been... And then going back up to 1 and 5 seconds. We might have a chat. We might have it. What other thing would I have to test here? I guess what would happen if it immediately switched to snow? Okay, let me try. I'll go in here, start the 5 seconds, and then snow. In that rare case, in that 5-second period, it would go down slower, but I can live with that for a prototype as long as it does what it needs to. So essentially, within that 5-second window, if a weather, new weather is changed, it is going to override the play rate. Is there any simple way I could fix that? Might be the same thing for... What did it do? It's working fine. I'm just trying to bug it out by forcing these things, which don't really need to be forced, but. Could I fix that rare case scenario? I could grab the play rate of the timeline, right? I could get play rate. Yeah. And I suppose when we're updating the play rate, we could give a cached play. Fix it. Getting cached play rate. Get play rate. Which is the current play. And take the minimum. Between these two and then set play rate. I think would solve the issue of within that 5 seconds if weather magically changes. However, even if this doesn't work, it's fine because it will still get to the point where it needs to be. It would just take a bit longer. So you, like 20 seconds, you'd hear things a bit louder than they should be at that moment. Okay. It was when this was going down And then we switch to snow. Oh wait, we can't take minimum. It has to be maximum. It has to be maximum because we're doing the division. It's maximum in this case. That is the shorter version. Okay. The higher the number, the faster the transition. Which is what we want, I think. Right again. No, we don't want that. Okay. Yeah, we don't want to do this. I'm going to delete it after I test it. But it would just be causing another issue. And I can explain what that other issue is in a second. It's exactly this. So because the last play rate was 5 seconds, now they're all going to be that. Yeah. We don't want to do that. Just live with what we have. Which is that in a super rare edge case scenario where you're entering or exiting a cave, when that triggers a audio change, it's going to take 25 seconds instead of 5 seconds, whatever. Well, then let's delete the audio controllers. They are not needed anymore. They are a relic of a bygone era of lunacy and bad game development. We might need to check. We might need to perform one check here to be safe. No. I was going to say we might need to perform a check here if the player is within another cave volume. That way, if we want to chain together volumes for more control of what they look like. But I think we already performed that in the function. Because even though they would be leaving one of them, they would be within another one. So they would still be inside a cave. In which case this would just function as it normally does. Can I just bind this? Whatevs. Yeah, this should just be way more controllable. And if we do have an issue with this cave check volume, which I think this one's okay. Then we have one here that starts around here. We could push it over just a or we could just place another one down and control exactly where it's going to start when the player enters here. And hope that it works. As long as they're overlapping, we will get the intended effect. And like start it here, and then over on this one. Volume. We can do the same thing here. Okay, where do we want it to start? And that should definitely overlap with the make it a bit longer. Hold in like that. Yeah, now it's overlapping. Okay. Let's test this and hope to God my suffering with these ambient sounds is over. I've been struggling on this for like 2 days, 3 days. Dying, dead. I could tick the current volume multiplier too. They may not silence these though. I might have to fix that. Yep. We just gotta fix that. That one is easy. Because it's basically just cache the silenceable splines and then just do that whenever we handle that. So that's easy to do. Silenceable lines. Now, do we hook them up to the same track here? We definitely want them to trigger at the same time, but I think we have the play rate, we have the volume. You guys are not gonna get the new build. The more you make me do things. No new build for chat. Fun, no games. 1, 2, 7. Dude, there's no blood. Brain is smooth and empty. The husk of a former person. It needs to be a separate. I don't mind handling it here in this BP. Or we handle it in the cave check volume itself, the same way we did with the audio. I like how smoothly this works. In this one, I really like. This is really smooth. Okay, so I will just copy and paste it. And we will rework it. Instead of update ambient volume, it will be update silenceable lines. Because we still need a play rate, we still need a new volume, right? The rate in this case would just be a static, well, whatever, you know, the same seconds that we do for the cave, so 5 seconds, because we want it to fade out with the rest of the volume, so it's consistent. We don't need the volume multiplier. We'll still cache it, but it will always be... No, that's wrong. Timeline... Block. New spline volume. Cached. Fine. would we grab it from though? The daytime amp. We'd have to grab it from somewhere. I guess if we have an array of silenceable splines, I could just grab the first one in there. Because we move them all in the same way, so then we can just grab its audio component and grab its volume multiplier. Get audio. And instead of adjusting the daytime ambience, we lerp between the new spline volume, cached spline volume, on the alpha, on update for each loop, silence splines, audio, set volume multiplier, we could run a similar check to the determined desired ambient volume. Update spline, event, yeah, customer. Update silence. Determine desired line volume. You'll need to check if there's a weather change. Change duration, 5 seconds. We could normalize that too through like a data asset or something. I'm not gonna worry about it for now. Is player inside cave? That's all we need to check. We don't need to set any volume inside cave, weather ambient volume. We just need to check, is the player inside of a cave? That's it. And if the player is inside of a cave, zero, if not one. Can I switch these around? Yeah, I could. Make the nose look a bit neater. That's much nicer. There's some repeated code here, no doubt, but I'm gonna change this to cached ambient, right? I definitely want to separate these two as much as possible. These we can stop watching, we know they're working. Move volume to move. Do ambient. Do. Cached line right. Spline volume, spline, spline, spline. Should work. What we have to call it. Need to do update spline volume. Let's see. Let's see if we've solved our ambient woe. I mean, I never liked those audio controllers anyway. I didn't like having to have two back-to-back blueprints that essentially change the same thing. A very dirty way to do it. Could be a bit faster. That sounds pretty good there. I do. I mean, the reason why we had it before is that it was really nice to have different start points for that fade, because the fade does take time. This is the most egregious part. So the other locations where this happens, such as the other entrance, what? Yeah, the 5 seconds is definitely better when you enter than when you exit. We could change it, though. We could change it to like 2 or 3 seconds. Birds should disappear. Yeah. It at least sounds better. It sounds natural. I do just think we could lower the time at which it changes. Just bump this down to 2 seconds. I think there's a separate problem too, relating to the volume of this. I think it's at 1.5. Yeah, it's at a 1.5 multiplier, and we need to change it in the queue itself. Okay, we'll change it to 1. Duplicate. Wow. Oh, it was at half volume multiplier in the first place. It's at 0.7. Yeah, it's gonna set these all back to 1. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. I guess we could go. Okay, here's what we could do. We'll make it a little bit easier to deal with this. Delete that. No, it's not. Get rid of it. This will be really easy to do. When we cache the silenceable splines, we're just going to get their multipliers and save that as an array. Silenceable spline volume array. Add I think this should be easy. Maybe this is dumb. Maybe impossible. We'll just see if this works real quick, because I think that this is... Something about this just rubs me the wrong way. But I'll see if it works. Basically, if new spline volume is equal to 1, we know that we want it to go back up to what it should be. So, if new spline volume is equal to 1, don't go to 1, but go to what the original multiplier was. This sounds stupid. It probably is stupid. If it's kind of weird, I'll just set all of the audio splines back to 1 multiplier and then just change the cues that they call. A very minor thing. But we kind of heard it when we, because you know this was at 1.5 before, and it's at 1.5 or 1.25 right now. And you could tell that jump down to 1 because I didn't know what the maximum was. That's very loud. I think there's still a jump. It's hard to do that. It kind of works that way. But think of it this way, the attenuation radius of this is massive. Right? So you're going to hear it because it's about right here. You'd theoretically be able to hear it at full volume right up until, where's this? I can't see. Here, and then it would fade off all the way into here, which kind of doesn't make sense. And same thing with the river, because of where it's located. It doesn't know that you're not supposed to hear it down here. So I kind of have to cheat the fading. And this is how we cheat it. I think this just kind of is dumb. We'll keep it the way it was, and then I'll just fix the audio cues. Here's some kind of volume mesh that would block sound. If you know how to do it, I'm all ears. Although at least for the, because I have to have the build that we're making tonight is the one that I'm creating trailers from for publishers and recording gameplay of. So if it isn't something that's quick to do, I definitely can't do it. Not right now, at least. Oh, I don't know either. It would be great. I think there is a better way. Like, I'm not a sound designer. I'm sure there's a proper way to do this. And the method that I've used is 100% not it. It is a hacky solution that sounds decent, but isn't going to sound as good as if you had a proper sound design. Which is a good thing, because our budget, we have I think I have a sound designer on here. Either we have a sound designer on here, or it was part of outsourcing. Yeah, sound and music outsource. We'll be getting somebody on like contract to come through and do that. Audio is usually the last thing that you do. You know, you want to do that after the level's already been designed, because then you don't have to go and change in very specific cues or locations of that. Both audio and UI are actually some of the last things that you do for game dev, which I'm sure you guys already know. But if there's anybody who doesn't know that, I guess now you know. Just using the regular one at 0.7 of point. I think that that's part of what makes games difficult to show off early too for devs, is that the UI looks terrible, right? Like, you don't want to work on something that you're going to be changing constantly throughout development, otherwise you're wasting time. You want to be efficient with your iteration. And for testing development, your UI does not need to look pretty. It does not need to be properly formatted necessarily. It just needs to be quick to use and generally logical. Okay, wait, hold on. So that's got the soft cue. Set the volume multiplier to 1. This has the loud cue. Set the volume. Although I think there are some UI elements that you'll want to start early because they're integral to the experience. Like our encyclopedia, right? Like tracks what the player has learned, things like that. That will have to be started early, and it will have to be iterated throughout development. So it is one of the most high cost features, I guess you could say, or parts of the game. Ironically, is a UI element. That's really loud. I'm curious why you can still hear it. Why do I hear it here? What is that? Is it because the box doesn't go all the way down? What? Oh, maybe it doesn't. It might have been triggering the like player leaving when we didn't want it to. Okay. It's still loud as shit though. Very, very loud effect. I love if some sound designer could come into the stream and just have an absolute heart attack when they see what I've done with audio in this prototype. Why didn't you just use the easy thing that would have enabled you to do what you wanted in 2 clicks? Well, you see, how much do you know about being smooth right now? That's us. Okay, that's better. Don't lump me in with you. Yeah, chat, where are the release games that we've made, huh? Where are they? How many sales do we collectively have on our games on Steam? What I thought. What's a release game exactly? Just under 3 seconds. I released 2 games on itch. That is something. Not small. I think my problem is I don't make small games. Maybe that's my issue. I think they just ended up getting more experience. That sounds... Because you know what, like one of the things they say is, don't work on your dream game, work on smaller games. I don't like that. I think that that's actually kind of, it's half true. You should work on smaller games to learn the things you need to build bigger games. But at some point you will have the knowledge you need to make your dream game. And I think once you do that, you're wasting time if you're not working on your dream game. Maybe it is the meaning. People do usually, I mean, yes, it's absolutely true. You're not wrong. But I mean, that's just game dev in general. That's just the industry, right? I said something like that before, like 1 out of like, I don't know, 10 out of 1,000 go into the industry. 1 out of those 10 stays in it for longer than 5 years. There was something like that, right? I don't remember what it was. The weather changed so quickly. Did I forget to change the speed at which weather changes? Oh my god, it's like a fucking blizzard. What happened? Quick, Mr. Ball, come with us. We must escape into the cave. See, like, this sounds okay when there isn't any of the other ambience. It's the regular snow that has, like, almost no sound to it. That's a little kind of... Yeah, the game's a little too quiet. Okay, here's a question for anybody not lurking or lurking. Should I skip the music check during certain extreme weather patterns? Because the music is kind of relaxing, right? Should I just ignore that during like blizzard and the thunderstorm? Should I let those reign supreme and let the music kick in when it's a bit more chill? My god, the reverb, you can hear it. It's a bit much. Wait, should there be birds right now? I guess so. I guess it's not snowing, it's just there is snow. That makes sense. Let me check the speed at which weather is changing, because I think I didn't fix it from yesterday. Very fast. Oh yeah. It should be 380. I think that's what. It was changing really fast, but it's based on a certain amount, so this would essentially, this would fix all the problems with that. I don't need that open. Boosted to duplicate this. Soft. Loud. That should essentially be 1 if it's 1.3. 30% more than 75%. That is 22. Roughly speaking, just set it to 1. This isn't silenceable just because it's so far away. We don't need to mess with it. Okay, the ambient time of day. This is where we do the music check. If music is already playing, we don't care. Yeah, I guess we could just get the weather system. Let's type in display name. is equal sure. I think if it is thunderstorm, if it's thunderstorm or blizzard, we're going to sequence reset then refire. Otherwise, play the music. Really, spaghetti. Not that. Sorry for the silence. We'll give this a test. Oh, we do check that tick. We don't even need to. I could have put it somewhere else. This will work, but I can put that somewhere else. Can I watch that delay? We're just gonna keep the weather like this. Ugh. The game's not gonna start in the thunderstorm, so it's okay if we start the game with music playing. That should be fine. When the track ends, choose random number. I can take a quick break. really want me to play Call of Dragons. For money. Sponsored section. I don't play. Okay, so you have a new. Keep making sure that there is weather. I see a tweet here about Divers 2 and yeah, I mean, people seem to forget that it's still not available to purchase in the countries that it was before. It's really messed up. That's gotta be fixed. I think people should continue to make it known on the reviews what they think of that being the case still, even though that the PSN requirement was removed. You know, to test this, I should have set the delay much lower, but whatever. It's just, yeah, if we're checking this every tick, I could, I can just throw that in on there. I think it's more moody when there is no ambient music playing when there's like the thunderstorm or blizzard, because I think that there's already enough noise here, and there will be even more when we can add things like footsteps and animal sounds, whatever else is around. I'll add now too that, just to reiterate, next week, no development stream. If I have any free time, it'll just be like a game stream, something casual from home or something. But no development streams, because I have too many errands to run. Getting prepared for the conference, and then the week after, Monday, Tuesday, conference. Wednesday is probably going to be a recovery day, because it's very draining. And if I do stream, it'll be on the Thursday or Friday. But I might do a quick, like, hey, what's going on, guys, from the conference, just because I think it's fun. You guys can see what it looks like and how many people are there. And maybe I can just give you a quick, like, 5-minute update on how many talks went. Okay, it works. Yeah, it re-triggers the delay. Perfect. Okay, so that's functional. That's a nice little change. I'll just keep it here, like, not breaking. I could have handled it in a simpler way. So whatever. A lot of audio work today. That's so dumb. I can fix the text on that too. Okay, last change of the day. First box text, no entry. Not yet time to travel to this region of the map, or you cannot travel. Because I don't want to give the impression that maybe there's something you can unlock in the game. Cannot travel to this part of the realm. That'll work. Okay. My voice is starting to go, so I'm gonna get going. Let's push these changes. Removed audio controller blueprints from map. Remade ambient audio control for weather and indoor spaces. Fixed data validation on potion naming. No entry blueprint. Now text. Fixed silenceable line audio cue volume. Okay, that's pretty. Okay. Check in. Merge from this change set to main. Second merge. Merge to main. First build. First publisher build candidate. Okay. There we go. We can switch to that. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, chat. I was gonna play something, but I need to fix this audio issue because otherwise I'm going to forget in the next week and a half. So we have to say our goodbyes now. You will see me next streaming Cauldron Chronicles after we do our first initial pitches to publishers, so hopefully I have some good news. To be honest, I don't know what to expect, if you must know. But I don't want to miss this chance. You know, this only happens once a year. I live in the city where it happens. It's not that expensive to do. And worst case scenario, we learn a lot about what we need to improve, or content that we need to have, whether or not the game is interesting to outside sources, because it could just be us that finds it fun. And I get to network and meet some more individuals, publishers, and developers, and I get to attend some of the conferences and actually learn some things. So it's good. It's a very good thing. It's a lot of fun. And even if we have to come back with news that, well, this wasn't enough, then we'll just keep working on it. We have a plan of the important features we want to add next, or features we need to overhaul, like the NPC system. And then we'll have another year. And next year we can consider, you know, whether or not the game is in a good enough state to take to like Gamescom, or, you know, to take somewhere else. I don't know, to pitch to publishers again. We'll just play it by ear. This is not the end of the road. This is just the first chance for us to see if we have enough. And if we don't, we will keep working and have more. That's it. That's what it'll be. So, yeah, I'll see you guys. Have a great weekend. I'm going to try to get this audio shit sorted out right now. And we can do it. We can do it. Have a great weekend, great rest of your week next week, and then I'll see you sometime in the future. Take care, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'll miss you. I'll probably do some, like, game stream next week. I don't know, I'll just play something simple. We can just chat, and I'll tell you what it looks like. We'll see. Either way, take care, guys. Bye-bye.